Battle Station, everyone. Battle Station. We are starting the morning with 32 allies going up against 44 enemies. And Gator starts in the lead, Genemon is in second, Sigma is in third. I have 2 kills. Wonder if they are armored, which is what I need. We shall find out. Gator Paws is in first. Actually, okay. I know the Walrus is armored, so I've got at least 1. Gator Paws is in first. Sigma takes over second place. Genemon is in third. And we're done. We have 1. And I got 1. I'll take it. Gator Paws is in first place, 6 kills, 10 assists. Sigma OS is in second place with 9 assists, and Genemon is in third with 8 kills. We have gold. Do we have the lady? How about an Onati-kun? A bluer. Hey, bluer is there. So bluer gets the gold. Then a fairy, that is the lady's backup. And the lady is not there. So, Supernova, you get the fairies. And we move on to the boss. I may be putting Puppy on the board. Alrighty, I need to put another warrior. I need to kill epics, so let's put ourselves there. And no, not epics. I mean armored. And in wait, no. It is past 8 a.m. Time for me to visit the shop. See for buy anything which is not level 30. I am below 20k. I do not get a refresh. Now, half an hour, and we will see how this turns out. And I will look onto the viewer side where anything not level 1 is getting purchased, and I think I get a 4th refresh today. There's the third one. Yep, I'm still above 35. And nothing on that one. All right. And good morning, everyone. Good morning, and welcome to Tuesday, second day of the work week for those of us who work under that schedule. I hope the week started well for all of you. I hope you are looking forward to the rest of it, that you are energized and all that. I, as usual, have basically nothing to say. I had a nice day yesterday. Work writing happened, and yeah, that's about it. So this morning, being Tuesday, it is Read and Corrects. And for those who are not familiar with them, this is where I read a chapter. Well, I read chapters from my stories and then correct it as I go. Since I record as I do this, I ignore the chat while it is happening. And if the recording runs long, the Stream Raider battle will be delayed. To minimize the chances of that happening, I will start now by checking that my microphone is on, turning off desktop audio. I will confirm I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording, and I will see you on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch. if you want to support me, that is, on my Patreon. Today, we are doing Chapter 66 of Breaking Step. Stowe can change the color, Tibbs reminded Don as he frowned at the blue-gray robe. It isn't bad, the sorcerer replied. You mean corruption sorcerers aren't required to dress in that sick-making color? Jekyll asked from the bed he stretched on. It's traditional to wear our element's color, Don said, opening the robe, but not required, especially not for it to be the only color worn. So, you wearing just that was? The fighter trailed off, grinning. Don fixed his gaze on him. A warning to other of how dangerous I am. Jekyll lasted a few seconds before he had to look away, his skin slightly green. Tibbs forgot Don's eyes had that effect on others now that they no longer did that to him. And it is no longer something you wish to advertise? Kumdar asked, resting against the table. Don studied the robe, then looked at them. I've realized it doesn't matter if anyone else knows how powerful I am. It doesn't matter what they think of me. So glad we could have helped, Jekyll said, putting his hand behind his head. Don snorted. Don't flatter yourself. My teacher was on my back about my attitude long before you. Really? So we had nothing to do with you becoming a better person? Jekyll smirked. Jekyll, Mez warned. I mean, Jekyll continued. The fighter continued. Wasn't there this thing about you tricking Tibbs into accepting you on our team because you're going to make me say it, aren't you? Don sighed as Jekyll grinned. Fine. Watching Tibbs going on like he's just another one of the people living in Craggle Rock after he was called the savior of the dungeon and hero did have something to do with me realizing I didn't have to shove what I'd done or could do in people's face to be respected. He grinned. Happy, Jekyll? Of course. The fighter smiled. Did you think I was trying to get you to say I played a part? He snorted. I'm the first one out there shoving just how good I am. Showing just how good I am. What do you think all those fights I get into are about? He looked around when no one replied. No smart comments? We all know why you do it, Mez said. Jekyll nodded, looked disappointed. And yet, Kumdar smiled, you have yet to take on Cross a second time. I'm not that stupid, the fighter replied. Don sighed. I so wish I could argue the point. I so wish I could argue that point. Just wait, Tibbs said, closing the chest. He's not that stupid, but he'll do something stupid at some point. Tibbs sniffed, surprised at how normal the air smelled. Did you think we enjoyed the smell any more than you? Don asked as they stepped into the pool of... No, not into the pool of corruption. As they approach the pool of corruption. How are they doing it? Tibbs asked. The work over the last weeks had resulted in a mesh of scaffolding around the pool, creating a sort of dome over it. A mesh of okay, you know what? A mesh of scaffolding created a sort of dome over the pool. There we go, a little cleaner. The beams seemed too thin to support the wooden steps going up along the front, let alone okay, wait a minute. The beams seemed too thin to support the wooden step going up along the front, let alone the small circular wooden building atop it. But they all had essence woven through them. Essence work, Don said with a shrug, obviously. A woman in gray work clothes with purple trim, matching her eyes, stepped before them. Acolyte Arabis, how can I assist you? The look she gave his attire was filled with judgment. It was a dungeon fine, Don replied casually. I'm still deciding how I'll accent it. I thought you couldn't be an acolyte until you reach Epsilon, Tibbs said as she nodded, none of the judgment leaving her expression. The title is ceremonial, she said, an acknowledgement of his contribution to the academy. Once he is free of the guild, it will become a mark of his position within our organization. I'm here to use the recharging chamber, if it's available, Dawn said. It is. Few are willing to travel here yet just to make use of the chamber. She stepped out of the way, but placed a hand before Tibbs as he followed Dawn to the steps. And who might you be? Tibbs, he answered, wondering if she really didn't know who he was, or this was something she had to do. He's a friend, Dawn said. His element is water, she stated. This isn't for him. Tibbs's curiosity is never ending, Dawn replied, his tone a mix of amusement and exasperation. He wants me to explain how recharging works here, since he doesn't have access to a connection to his element. I figured that since I'll be sitting, not doing much more than waiting, it's going to help pass the time. She looked at him. I don't want anything remaining after he's gotten sick. I'll clean it up, Dawn assured her. The steps trembled as they went up them. As they went up, and the weave in the structure moved, almost as if it was reacting to them, although Tibbs wasn't sure how. How solid is the weave? He asked. It didn't have the usual density of the stronger enchantments. It won't fail, Dawn replied. Strength isn't always accomplished by putting more essence into a weave. Sometimes it's how it's woven that matters. The door opened with a push from Dawn, and the circular room and the circular room only had a table, chairs, and a small chest next to them. A look inside showed a variety of writing implement. I thought people are going to come here to recharge their reserves. The workers already do, Dawn said, moving a table to the wall. Then why the paper and ink? He put a chair in. Tibbs put a chair next to it and went for another one. Because not everyone feels the need to accelerate the natural recharging process. So reading or making notes on what they are researching is a way to pass the time. Once the structure is finished, there will be research areas, a library, living quarters for those here long term, I expect. How long will that take? Dawn chuckled, putting the chest on a chair. Decades, possibly centuries. It might never be finished the way you think about it. Having a city surrounding it will limit the space it can take, but sorcerers are creative in how they build, and while corruption leads many to think we only care for the easy way to accomplish things, we aren't afraid of hard work if it will get us what we want. Tibbs remembered how easy everything had seemed while he channeled corruption. There had been this undercurrent of not wanting to put any more effort in how he destroyed Sebastian's house than he had to. It falling atop Tibbs had only been an annoyance at having to melt more of it than he'd planned. You see, having a city around it like that isn't how it always is. The library in Shellbridge was in the middle of it. Dawn studied the center of the floor. A lot of the academies are in cities, but this is the first one where corruption manifested itself. Within it. The others are in the wilderness. Only 3 of them are under a day's ride from a city. Each academy has a town grow to support them, but it's only the brave folks who settle there if they don't have a familial connection to one of their sorcerers. What are you doing? There was nothing unusual about the floor as far as Tibbs could sense. Nothing but a weave to protect against corruption. This far from the pool. Not even a weave to protect against the corruption. This far from the pool, there was no danger of something falling in and splashing the liquefied essence so high. I'm considering how to structure the etching. Is it going to help recharge the robe? Dawn chuckled. With what you've showed me, all I need for that is to stand at the edge of the pool. This is so I'll be able to use... Okay. This is so I'll be able to use the... What? This is so I'll be able to fill the robes reserved with corruption. They're filled with air essence right now. Right. Karina had been overjoyed at all the reserves the robe contained. 2 and 4, one for each element. Since air was all she could use, then she'd have filled it with filled them all with that. How can an etching remove air essence? You can't affect air with corruption. Actually, once I have the training, I'll be able to manipulate air essence. But right now, I only know it contains air because that was her element, and you didn't contradict me. You know what? I'm going to remove this one. Right now, I only know it contains air because that was her element, and you didn't contradict me. But an etching can be made to affect the other elements. It's what adding Arcanus is about. Change what the element the etching is made out of can do. He closed his eyes, and essence flowed to the floor. This one was created a long time ago to drain amulets, so they can be refilled. There are a lot of variations, since not every corruption sorcerer had access to one. Had learned it when they first needed to drain their first amulet. But this is the least complicated one. Can't they just get amulets that take corruptions? You'd think so, but no. But rarely. Rarely, because there are some. Is it because people don't like corruption? The essence stopped moving, and Don looked at Tibbs. What? Is it because people don't like corruption that there aren't a lot of corruption amulets? Nah. There has to be a corruption dungeon that can make them. Don chuckles. Dungeons that fixate on one element are rare. The Purity one is the only one I've read about. Stowe Stone, Tibbs said. That's why he picked that name. It's what he is. Stone Mountain Crevice. He said it. Oh. Stowe Mountain Crevice, he said at Don's quizzical expression. They are named after where they are, what they're made of, and... Is there a crevice? Tibbs shrugged. I don't know what that is. I don't know what it is. I don't know what that is. You don't know what a crevice is. Didn't you question why it's in their name? It's a name. Why would I question it? Good point. The essence flowed again. A crevice is a break in the ground, and my guess that there probably is one somewhere in the mountain range. It's funny they picked that as their name. I thought it was just Stowe. Like you said, I didn't question it. But they aren't fixated on Earth as their element. The people Gollum and the Gnolls are made of flesh, like us. The Ratlings and Buddylings are made of stone. Maybe they didn't know how to use the other elements that way until the third floor. There is a thesis that postulate that dungeons can only use the elements that's most prevalent when they form. And as they grow in power, they gain access to more and incorporate that into... He chuckled. But to answer your actual question, the reason there aren't a lot of amulets that start with containing corruption is because corruption is one of 24 elements, and a disproportionately smaller with a disproportionately smaller number of users. All amulets are repurposed at one time or another, and most get essence that isn't corruption. Draining one completely, then putting a little corruption in it will start the process, that since then they refill naturally. Why not just get a runner with air to drain those in the robe? It would be faster. Aren't you worried about what they think? Stoves made a lot of items with reserves in them. Bows like mezes, sword and armors, even robes. They just think we got a more powerful one. Don smiled. And how do you explain they can't sense the reserve I want them to drain? Tibbs opened his mouth and closed it. He hadn't heard of anyone else having something like that. Not that they'd talk about it if they did, but considering Stowe had said it took a lot of essence to make, he probably hadn't made others. Remember, I can't sense the reserves. I'm hoping it's something the dungeon can change if once I filled them with corruption, I still can't sense them. I have to be able to tell how much is left if I'm going to make effective use of it. But, okay, I could have drained them for you. But this is going to let you practice etching. Tibbs narrowed his eyes. You're doing all the work. I'm laying down the pattern. I always do this before a new etching, so I can make sure it's the way I need it to be. You can do that? As far as Tibbs sensed, Don was making an etching. The Arcanist wasn't there yet, but there were no difference. But it was no different from any of his etching that didn't use Arcanus. Don stared at him. How do you make a new etching? I etch it? And if you make a mistake? I start small, Tibbs said sheepishly, and Don snorted. I clean up the mess. Your teacher never showed you how to lay down a pattern? I don't think it's something he does, Tibbs said after thinking back. He makes motions and the etching happens. Maybe he didn't have to make something new with you. He made a solid water bust of Tirania as a practice target. I don't think he had much use for that before me. Don let out a slow whistle. He must be good. My teacher still lays down a pattern anytime he has to make even a simple alteration to an etching. He looked at the pattern before him and then said, Sit. We're ready to get you started. Tibbs grumbled as he sat. You could have warned me this was why you wanted me to come, instead of saying you wanted company. He rubbed his temple preemptively. And have you running in the opposite direction? Don replied with a smirk. I know you too well, Tibbs. Tibbs wished he had faded in time with the essence draining out of the robe. There might be an end to it then. Is it working? Don asked. You said I didn't make mistakes. He couldn't sense the reserve, but air dripped out and into the etching. But the air dripped out into the etching and dispersed. Dripped into the etching and dispersed out of the outside edge. You didn't, but this is a dungeon-made item, one that's more complex than the usual amulets. The usual amulet one would make. I have no way to know if one of those weaves interferes. It's working, but I can't tell how fast. Don nodded and stood, stretching. Since no one's lining up to use this chamber, it's going to be hours before anyone checks in on us, if they even bother. Don, Tibbs hesitated. This had bothered him since they'd left the dungeon. How do you think Comdar did what he did? Darkness shouldn't have been able to pull Earth along like that. It doesn't matter how many Earth fighters he talked with. I have no idea. He walked around the chamber. I never read anything about someone other than a sorcerer being able to pull essence out of items. I certainly haven't read anything about purity clerics doing it. Not that there are many books about what they do. He stopped. If he isn't a sorcerer, he raised the hand. I'm not saying I don't believe him, but but you can just go. Wait, what? Oh, I see. But okay, but with you, I can just go. You're impossible, and I will deal with that. Him being a clerk of darkness raises so many questions about just what else has been kept out of the libraries and why it's been done. How powerful is he? It's one way I can think he'd be able to do something that shouldn't be possible now. Lambda, Tib said, somewhere in the middle of how it feels when I compare it to someone who has just graduated. By how the guild does it, and one that's just become Kappa. You and Jekyll are a little denser than him, Mez less. You? Tib shrugged. I don't think it matters how dense mine is, since I barely know how to do anything with it. That's nowhere near strong enough to do it through sheer will. I've pulled at other essences before, Tib said, already knowing it hadn't been the same thing. And my teacher said that it's something anyone can do. It's how we can disrupt someone else's attack. Yes, will can be applied and indiscriminately affect essence, but that isn't what he did. Do you know what Arcanus he used? I was surprised when he did it during the game of Conquest. The other times, too busy fighting. Didn't you ask him? Tib shook his head. For me, darkness for him. For him, darkness means accumulating secrets, so I let him have them. Considering he claims not to have received training, he didn't lie about that. I'd have seen the light on the words. Don't rely too much on that. With darkness as an element, if there's anyone who can find a way to lie and not have light react to it, it's going to be one of them. Him, since being a cleric seems to add more to what he's capable. And add to that, he goes around finding out things, and he could have gained knowledge about etching and the Arcanus. He stopped moving. Actually, we shouldn't assume his effective training is any lower than ours. He isn't categorized by the guild or anyone else, as far as I know. So he could be learning things above Lambda? Or above Kappa? Or Epsilon? The teachers here are all Delta, after all. Not all of them. The guild says they are. Tib shrugged. The density of their essence says otherwise. Do you think the guild is lying? Don't you know? I haven't asked anyone directly. So long as the person saying it believes it's true, that's what light sees. And we've only had clerks tell us about the teachers, and the teachers themselves, who were told they're ranked by the guild. Don nodded. And the guild might not be lying either. The way the tests are built, they don't test how much essence you have directly, but what you can do with it. You need to accomplish a specific goal that is difficult, but other than the one where suffusing yourself is how we pass it, the others don't care how you succeed. Just like strength can compensate for knowledge, knowledge can compensate for strength. He smiled. I think Kumdar's attack was an etching. But could anyone here teach him how? It isn't like he has access to books. I suspect he wouldn't bother asking. He'd just uncover the secrets. And that's enough? It wasn't that easy for me to learn how to etch. Who knows? Clerics like him aren't supposed to exist. The one from Purity go on and on about how that's the only element that produces them, that corruption is the enemy of everything. Kumdar would prove they are wrong. Prove they are wrong. Why are you not liking? Meh. And if I'm going to be generous, they exterminate any who claim to be any who claim to be clerics of other elements. because they don't know any better. The end result is that there is no way to know what a cleric can or can't. A cleric can or can't do. It's possible that cleric can somehow put together arcanist work within an etching without needing to be shown. The only way I'd have to know is to ask him, and I'm not sure I'd trust the answers he'd give me. Don't ask him when I'm around. Don chuckled. I don't plan on asking. Unlike you, I don't go looking to get headaches. I don't go looking for them. Tips complained. They just always find me. Of course, Don chuckled. That's why it's so easy for you to keep your mouth shut and not ask questions. And that concludes chapter 66 of Breaking Step. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter is going to be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read the story and the previous books, they are up for free on Royal Road. If you want to read ahead of that and support me in the process, my Patreon is about 20 chapters ahead. And if you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch. The links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. Alrighty, and good morning, Duchess. Welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? Battle Station, everyone. Battle Station. We have 54 allies. We're going up against 61 enemies. And Sigma starts in the lead. Monster Bait Me, hey, it's been a while, is in third. Etir's in second. Let's see. Sigma's in first. Etir's in second. Nyx is now in third. Hey, if you're paying attention to the chat, Monster, how did the event go? Sigma is in first, Etir's in second. Becca is now in third, and oh, not quite. It survived. And there we go. We are done. We have won. Did I? Yes, I did. Good. Sigma OS is in first place, 3 kill, 25 assists. Becca Stinks is in second place, 9 kill, 5 assists. And Etir is in third, 11 kill, 1 assist. We have Shinobis, we have Monks, and nobody claiming either one of them. So Tully or Dub gets the Shinobi and Becca Stinks is Monked. And we move on to the next map, where we will have Token, Skin, and the boss. And we start us with a moderate battle on the way to the token chest. Your semi-lurking event went really well. Holiday travel, you haven't had any time. Between that, you haven't had any time. No worries. No worries. Alrighty, so put down a warrior to finish that quest. Clear both of them. And after that, I can focus on killing enemies. And we'll see how this goes in half an hour. All right, let me do that. I'm a little miffed at myself because, again, I did a mistake. Well, it's a mistake. It's a mistake to me because it's not how I want to proceed. In that I did not start with, the oldest chapter. First chapter should have been 64, and I just did not start. I forgot to bring it up there. So, well, I will start with that now. All right. Well, I hope you get to rest if you are done traveling, if the bulk of the holiday work, oh wait, I need to do something else, is done. All right, now I'm ready to go. All right, I am confirming the microphone is on, turning off desktop audio. I am confirming I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording, and I will see you on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Knights, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch. And if you want to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today, we are doing chapter 64 of Breaking Step. The doors swung in hard enough under Jackal's push, they hit the wall with an echoing boom. You're here! Oh, we're here. We're here, he announced as he stepped into the boss room, dusting his hands off. He knows I've been following your progress, right? Stowe asked, and Tibbs simply shrugged. The dungeon should be used to the fighter's antics by now. We do this the same as last time? Jekyll asked, turning to them. Fight this first group, then you and Don work out how to not trigger the next attacks? And if we can't, Tibbs replied, we blast those too. We know what to expect, and I don't have to hold back this time. This raises a question for me, Don said. Why have you been holding back in the previous fights? You said that your life essence flows through the creatures in the dungeons makes. Why not just drain them? It would have made all these fights easier. Boring, you mean? Jekyll said. Me and Stowe have an arrangement, Tibbs said. I don't use my element to win fights, and he doesn't make things so hard no other team can survive. They can do that? Tibbs shrugged. He's a dungeon, and he can do anything he wants here. What about those rules you said he needs to follow? What I got from how you talked about them and the run is that they're there in part to keep them from killing everyone outright, since they exist to force us to grow stronger. But if he uses us as a criteria to set how strong a team is, he's going to be justified in making it even ever harder until we're the only ones able to survive. All right, then how do they account for all the elements? That makes you the equivalent of multiple people on a team, if not multiple teams. Tibbs looked up. We're still figuring out that one, Kenny replied. And this is the first time you've used multiple element consistently on a run. But, Stowe added, it isn't like you're good with any other than water. It's not like you're good with anything. Anyone? It's not like you're good with any other than water. It's dialogue. You're basically Upsilon with all of them except, I'd say, Rho. Genny interrupted, just from the raw volume of essence he can use. But they're going to be on the 4th floor soon, and that's going to balance things. But, Kenny said, if you overdo it on this floor, we're going to have to make changes. They're working on it, he told Don. But I'm not good enough with most of my elements to have much of an effect, and they don't think it will have any once we're on the 4th floor. Don nodded, meaning that if we linger on this floor as you get more skilled, we're going to be causing everyone else's problem. 2 things, Jekyll stated. I say let it bring on the harder fight so long as the loot increases to match. And who is even thinking of us staying on this floor after we clear this room? I want the good loot, and that's going to be on the next floor. So how about we set on clearing this room so we can go and see it? That's 3 things, Mess said. Jekyll counted on his fingers. 2. Clearing the room isn't a thing. It's what's happening now. He stepped over the activation threshold, and the massive creature rushed at them. Tibbs skewered a golem person, a fighter wielding water, and looked around. The last of the attackers crumbled to rubble, and anywhere one had fallen, and they'd moved away as they fought, all that was left were a few silvers or small jewelry. I want another one like this, Jekyll yelled at the ceiling, grinning. He and Tibbs were the only ones without serious injuries. Wonder what happened. Where did that word go? And Tibbs had to suffuse himself with purity to heal during the fight. Don was pale, hand on knees and panting. Commodore limped, and Mez's arm hung limped. Hung at his side. I've got limp just before. Tibbs had no idea how he'd stayed in the fight if he hadn't been able to shoot arrows. Don't get close to them, he ordered Jekyll as he headed for the archers. You do, and you're fighting them alone. Jekyll's hands were up defensively. I wasn't. He looked at where he stood, then took a step toward Tibbs. I'm the new, smarter Jekyll, remember? That was a low bar to clear, Don said, and clearing it doesn't mean doesn't mean you're that much smarter. Smart enough to know to stay on Krosev's good side, Mez said, then sighed as Tibbs wrapped a purity weave around his arm. Isn't that a given, seeing how they're special to one another? Tibbs snorted. You weren't there to hear Jekyll explain his mistakes to his man and make things worse each time. You'd think he would have learned to shut up after the first time. Yeah, Jekyll said, something bored. Just nod and accept my punishment. The grin that form was filled with mischief. Don't start talking now, Tibbs warned. We don't want to know. Maybe you don't, but no, Commodore stated. Tibbs is correct. However your man goes about keeping you in line is for you and him to experience and then keep to yourself. I do not believe any of us has done anything to warrant the torture of you describing it. You're just jealous of the love my man shows me, Jekyll replied dismissively. Isn't it fun how our leader how our leaders always talking like we don't have someone of our own? Mez asked, slowly testing his arm's range. Don trailed off. Really? The archer asked in surprise. I thought that this new you had an easier time keeping people on your good side. It should make it easier to find someone special. I'm surprised you consider that what you have special, the sorcerer replied, eyes focused on his hand, as they pulled and put amulets in in the pockets. You didn't sound like you felt your arrangement was favorable the last time you mentioned it. He looked up as Tibbs stepped to him. Tibbs hadn't seen anyone close enough to Don to hit him, but the essence in his chest was broken in the way someone being punched hard caused. On top of that, his reserve was drained. The sorcerer closed a hand around an amulet and pulled the essence within him. As Tibbs pushed a purity weave. Okay, this is push, pull. Yeah, well, I just placed a purity weave on the wound. On the wound. The sorcerer regained color and straightened. I accepted my position at her side. Miss said, tone firm instead of resigned as Tibbs expected. He hadn't brought that girl up in a while, and the archer hadn't mentioned her. In time, I will see the light through this storm. That's quite honorable of you, Kamdar said. Don pulled another amulet from a pocket and absorbed the essence. Tibbs took it from him before he put it back and pushed essence in. I wish to be a man, Mez said. Then the expected sigh sounded. But there are times she makes me wish I could stay a child. Raising one eyebrow, Don took hold of one end as Tibbs offered it to him, and pulled on the essence within the amulet as Tibbs kept pushing more in. Not the kind of noble you said lived in your kingdom? Jekyll asked. She is. She tries. Tibbs saw the light on the word from the corner of his eye, but stayed silent. Don stopped pulling once his reserve was full, and Tibbs stopped when the amulet was filled. I had, as continued, then sighed again, a Tibbs's problem, but in the opposite direction, where all he saw were bad nobles and couldn't imagine any could be good. I was raised with the ideal of the good a noble does. Encountering the ones here dampened my illusion, but I still believe my kingdom was different. It's not as different as I would like to believe. That sucks, Jekyll said as Tibbs moved on to the cleric. They were silent as Tibbs healed Kamdar, then moved on to the next problem. The pattern around the column was the trigger that made the next group of creatures appear. He triggered it just by interacting with it the last time, and he couldn't know what in that interaction had activated it unless he interacted with it again, and he'd like again. And again, you know what? He'd like to avoid that fight. The one detail he remembered, as it had triggered, was that it had sent out signals through the room. His problem was working out where those signals had gone to without triggering this one. Kamdar, are there other secrets in the room? Many. How are they connected? He looked at the cleric when he didn't answer. He had a perplexed expression. I am uncertain what you mean. This motion to the floor around the column. You sensed the trigger. It reached out to others, and I need to know where they are. I believe you misunderstand what I sense. There are secrets throughout this dungeon. Some it is hiding actively. Others, while others are hidden through circumstances. Some have the feel to them of a secret wishing to be discovered, while others desire to remain hidden. I can easily indicate 8 of that kind in this room, but I do not sense any connection between them, or that they will trigger anything. All I know is that there are secrets that do not wish to be noticed. Tibbs nodded. It's that mindset thing. You aren't a rogue, so you don't think about secrets the way I do. He scanned the room. He had the sense of the kind of secrets this trigger was, but he didn't have the experience using darkness that let Kamdar sense more about them. Or maybe it was that as a cleric, his awareness of the element was different. What Tibbs had were options. He let go of water and channeled darkness. The darkness that marked the trigger sharpened. It didn't follow any of the essence that flowed through the pattern, only marked it as darkness. He sensed more such pool of darkness throughout the room, the floor, the ceiling, the walls, even the unmoving dragon at the end of the room was shrouded in shadows. But that didn't tell him enough. Took a breath and suffused himself with darkness, then looked around again. Tibbs? Jekyll called, surprised. When Tibbs glanced at his friend, the father's gaze was searching, passing over Tibbs as if he didn't see him. Is that how you vanish? Don asked the cleric. I suppose there is no point in keeping this hidden. Tibbs has filled himself with darkness. He has made himself a secret you cannot easily perceive. But you can? The sorcerer asked, sounding dubious. I have more experience, and he is not seeking to hide. This is nothing more than what happens when engulfed by the element. Tibbs looked at his hands. They looked normal. With a shrug, he returned to what he'd been doing. Each shadow was clear, even those where the light didn't reach, and looking at them, Tibbs had a certainty they were connected. It was how Ganny did things. So why wasn't he seeing that connection? What are you seeking? Commodore whispered. Tibbs looked in his direction, but the cleric wasn't there. He focused and had the impression of a secret crouched next to him, but it was faint enough it might be his imagination. I'm trying to sense how the secrets connect to each other. I thought that by suffusing myself I'd sense more, and I do, but it's either not enough or just not something darkness does. Darkness does what we will it to do, the cleric said. Some will be because you think of it in the proper way. Other will be using etching and weaving. And yet more will be about how much essence you pour into what you want. He paused. The pause had a sense of thinking of it. Can you suffuse yourself with more darkness than you currently do? Tibbs considered it, then tried, but nothing changed to nothing changed in what was within him. Now it just pours through me until I'm filled. Is the best word I have for it. Isn't like that for you? It is, but you are different. I do not desire to assume you are limited in the same way I am. Tibbs nodded. What would happen if I filled my channels with darkness? I can sense them in you, he said, cutting off the process. Now? For a while. I don't know when I started realizing they were there, but it was before Don and Jackal got theirs. He looked where he thought the secret that Commodore was, then realized he couldn't sense his element this way, so he thought back. Yours are, he sighed. Denser isn't the right word, but I can tell you had them longer than they have, unless it's something that happens if you train them more. Does Mess have them? Tibbs focused on the archer. Not really. I can sort of sense there's something there, but it's nothing like what we have. So you have them too, the cleric stated. Well, when I absorbed all that fire, I couldn't put all of it in my reserve, even by pushing it as tight as I could. So I did what I did the last time I had too much essence and pushed it into the rest of my body. That time I discovered suffusing. That time... The first time I discovered... Wait. Okay, where are you? Okay. The first time I discovered suffusing that way. But instead of making me more suffused, it went into those channels, filling them ever denser. Then, when I let go of all that essence, they were still there. Don said they're used to create specific effect, but he didn't tell me what or why. I didn't think to ask. He was already giving me oneness to work on, and that he was already giving me, and that's been too much. I don't know, kind of work his dialogue. Where do the channels go? Everywhere? Tim said, unsure, as he focused on himself. Commodore chuckled. If it is such for you, I suspect I will not be able to help. Tibbs separated the sense of the channels from the rest. They weren't as clear as they were in the others because he was suffused. It starts at my head, he said, once he had a sense of them. It goes down to my chest, where it splits to my arm, my legs, and crotch. There's sort of a knot in my chest, my head, my crotch, my hands, my feet. Only one in your head? Yes, no. You focused harder. It's like four smaller ones, close together, kind of in the middle of my head. Is one closer to your forehead? Yes. That is, I call it the node of sight, Commodore said. Don will have the term the Gildan scholars use for them. Getting more essence to it allows me to gain more understanding of the secrets surrounding me. It is how I see you now. He tried harder to sense the cleric, but couldn't manage it. Then, he said, relenting on that, all I have to do is stop. Why? This is not something simple or without risk. There is a danger to knowing more about secrets, to letting darkness so deep within, to letting darkness in so deep within your mind. Then I'll be, it did something to me, Commodore whispered, even if Tibbs was sure no one heard them, both cloak and darkness as they were. In that first attempt, even after this time, I do not understand what. But Tibbs, I advise against doing this without proper training. I'll take it slow. Tibbs, Commodore warned. I need to find out how the triggers are connected, and this is the only way I have. That doesn't mean I activate it. Then hope I get something before we need to fight. Then hope I get something before we need to fight more creatures. The point of me doing this is so we don't have to fight them. The cleric sighed. Very well. Then you must use no more than the smallest amount possible. It is easy to have too much going in and then... Tibbs nodded. He pulled darkness from his reserve, keeping it within his body, then thinned it until there was less than the faintest thread of a weave he'd sensed. He touched it to the channel under his head and gasped as it was nearly ripped from his control and pulled into it. It took nearly more than he could manage to wrench it out. Then he was panting. Are you well? Commodore asked. It was like the channel was famished for it. It wanted more of it. It fought me when I tried to pull it out. That is why you require training. We can return when... No, it just took me by surprise, that's all. He pulled essence out of his reserve again. I know what to expect this time. He thinned it, tightened his hold on it, and resisted when the channel pulled. He realized it was pulling in both directions. What happens if I just let the essence fill my channel? At this time, Commodore replied, tone severe, I do not believe it would be pleasant or that you could survive it. If you cannot maintain control and guide it where it must go, stop. Accept that this is something that will require patience. I have it under control, Tibbs replied, forcing the essence along the channel and to his head. When the channel split, his control nearly slipped, the strand splitting and starting along each path. He pulled back, then forced it into the right one, then had to fight against the pull into the node. The difference was immediate. The secrets around the room almost had a shape to them. If I use more, will it let me see more of whatever it is I'm seeing? Yes, Commodore said after a stretching silence. Be cautious. It is easy to let in too much. This is not where you wish to make that mistake. Tibbs let a little more of the strand into the node, and the forms became more defined. One caught his attention, and he realized it was within Maz, a secret that, as he let a little more of the strand in, took a shape. Two people holding hands. Wanting to see more, he let again a little more in, and then more. Maz was quickly identifiable, and Tibbs could make out enough to see happiness there. The person holding his hand took more, and then he looked away, hurrying to pull the thread out as he started to recognize her. Shame crawling up at having... shame crawled up. Crawled up at having pried into his friend's secrets in such a way. His hold on the strand slipped a little in surprise at what he saw in the room, intensifying the lines that crisscrossed it, showing him how the secrets were connected. And that concludes chapter 64 of Breaking Step. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story, as well as the other books in this series, they are up on Royal Road. If you want to read ahead of that and support me, my Patreon is about 20 chapters ahead. And if you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch. The links are in the note. And with that, I shall wish you a good day. Hey, Metal, swear the god art in social media is really starting to get on your nerve. I mostly ignore it. What are they doing that is annoying you? And welcome to the stream. Oops, that was a mistake. Oh well. Don't know to be able to do much with it. But we'll see. Alright, that is done. I'm tired of the people saying like AI art are way better than real art. Well, will always claim that what they do, what they like, is better than the rest. It's human nature. It's how they justify what they're doing. And again, it's why part I don't pay attention and I don't participate in the discourse. Eventually, like everything else, this shall pass. Well, I know at least in the US, the government came down on it, um, laid down a basic ruling that anything that is outright made by AI cannot be copyrighted. Which means that any corporation that makes use of AI to put a product out there cannot prevent other people from using that product itself. You're tired of the I same here. When this started, I kept there's a channel that every week gives us the big news on AI stuff, and I would listening to that every week, and it's been a month since I've looked at it. Like I got tired of it. Like I am waiting for specific things to happen, and when/if they do, I will pay attention. But otherwise, we're gonna have an advertising Stream Raider battle, and I will be right back. Battle station, everyone. Battle station. We have 43 allies. We are going up against 48 enemies. And Sigma takes the first place. Zucker's in second. Etir's in third. I am not. Well, I'm looking to kill stuff. So long as I kill stuff, I'm happy. Zucker's in second. Salazir's in second. Etir is in first. Zucker's in third. Ta -ta -ta -ta. Salazir takes over first place. Etir's in second. Zucker's in second. Etir is in third. And there we go. We are done. We have won. Zucker Fewer Dahoren makes it to first place with 7 kill, 9 assist. Salazir is in second place, 6 kill, 9 assist, and Etir is in third with 12 assists. We have small goal. Do we have the lady? Do we have the doctor? How about Onati-kun? Bluer Swede is there, as often is the case, to get the gold. Rogues and saints are not currently being claimed by anyone. So QS Creates gets sainted. Navo has been robbed. And we move on to a hard battle on the way to the token chest. And I am no longer required to do that. So, what do we have on here? Orc Slayer. How about, where's my Templar? I think the Templar is pretty damn good at this. Alright. Oh, wait a minute. Can I get one that doesn't? Yeah, they all have. You know what? Yeah, I'm trying it anyway. I want presents. It's the holidays. I want presents. Alrighty, half an hour to see how this will turn out. Mankind, but it's gonna be, well, the thing is, anything used for the betterment of mankind will also be used to make things worse. That's human nature will abuse. That's how it's going to be. That is probably how it's always going to be. And eventually, again, this too shall pass. All right, I am going to record another chapter. So I am confirming them. Yeah, it'll blow up before it calms down. That's pretty much always how it goes. Confirming the microphone is on, turning off desktop audio. I am confirming that I am on the correct screen. I am bringing up the correct image. There we go. I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording, and I will see you on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tigerites, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today we are doing chapter 65 of Breaking Step. Can you recreate this with your essence? Tibbs asked Dawn as he recreated the pattern he sensed, using light over this floor. The sorcerer studied it, then the floor, tracing one of the line that Tibbs hadn't noticed matched the pattern he'd sensed. You want me to make it within the mess of essence in the floor? Yes, but when I tell you, this is a twin trigger, I'll do the same on the other around the other column. Both need to be done with the same element? Tibbs nodded. It's in part why it triggered the last time. I only used essence on this side of the trigger. What are the odds a team is going to have two runners with the same element? Mez asked as Dawn stood and moved between the two columns. This feels like something the dungeon set up to make sure we have to fight the creatures. Tibbs looked up, but again he didn't comment. It can be done. Dawn sent essence to the column, then recreated to the other column and recreated the pattern. This is a test of strength and finesse. The pattern became fuzzy and focus. It definitely requires that at this point. I've never had to stretch my attention this far before and maintain it. That's why we're cheating, Tibbs said, grinning. Why am I not surprised? Ganny commented. How are you going to get the timing right? Jekyll asked, crouched next to the column, hand on the design. We prepare the pattern over where it goes, Dawn said. Then, when I give the signal, Tibbs continued, we lower it into the lock. Jekyll frowned. How can you tell where the lock is? I can barely tell where my essence is in this mess. You have to find the matching line, Dawn said, looking at the column and tracing one that followed corruption. Like that's any easier, the fighter said. The dungeon is trying to kill you, the sorcerers. Replied. The dungeon is trying to kill you, the sorcerer replied. So you shouldn't expect it to make it easy on you. He paused. Although this doesn't seem all that difficult. Do you have any idea what it took for me to work this out? Dawn asked, outraged. No, since the two of you were shrouded in darkness. Let's remember, Mez said, just how much smarter than the rest of us you are. Even without Tibbs explaining this for me to work out how even without Tibbs explaining this for me to work out how I'd have figured it out Don replied. Anyone who paid attention would eventually realize the pattern of their essence has a matching line etched into the floor. And once you can sense it, there is a faint trace of the essence stretching to the other column where they'd notice the same thing. How likely is it that once they tell their teams rogue, they'll realize they're in step, Tibbs. Tibbs didn't answer immediately, searching for that trace essence Don mentioned. Then was annoyed at not having noticed it before. Two identical lock with a connection, they'd work it as soon as they're told. As soon as they're told. Hence, Don said, this is somewhat easy for the third floor. I'll always take it easy, Mez said, sounding dubious. Unless it's a fight, Jekyll said, those we should earn. I'll take an easy fight too, the archer replied. Wimp, the fighter said, grinning. We're not all as thick-headed as you, Mez said mockingly. Do you think I missed something in how it works? Tibbs asked Don, sensing for anything new. I trust what you worked out, but we should stay alert. The dungeon's too smart not to have something ready. Gaines chuckled confirmed what Don said. Then we go slow. Tibbs stepped to the other column. I'm making the pattern. He formed it over the matching line on the floor, then an essence under it. It's done. Make sure it's correct, Don instructed, and Tibbs breathed the annoyance away. This was done, making sure. It matches, Tibbs replied after checking. Mine too. On your mark, Tibbs, we lower it. On the count of 0, it needs to be in the weave. I'll start at 4. I'm ready. 4, a beat. 3, a beat. 2, a beat. 1. He moved it in as he said 0. It's in, Don replied, then hurried to add as Tibbs sensed that something's happening. You were right. The essence moved around the pattern, and Tibbs couldn't tell what they were doing, but he knew letting go or pulling the pattern out would activate the trigger. When I tell you, Don called, turn the pattern leftward. Leftward a quarter turn. It needs to be fast. Tibbs searched for what he'd sensed, and noticed the corruption alignment. And noticed the corruption's alignment was shifting within itself. Now! Tibbs turned as the corruption moved, stopping as instructed. Stopping as Don called, stop! It's not done, Tibbs said. The essence was still shifting, but now he could sense what it meant. We need to... How was he supposed to describe that motion? Rotate the pattern on an axis aligned with the floor and aim towards the column, Don said. Tibbs had no idea what that meant, other than Don had also worked it out. Only the pattern's going to change as it moves. I don't see... Oh, clever dungeon, very clever. Alone, I'd be too focused on getting ready for the rotation to notice how the rest of the essence has moved. Oh, and I apologize for not using name. There's something about saying it that makes it too much of a person, Mez finished. Yes, I can't resolve that with what I've been told of dungeons. It's okay. Yeah, okay, here there's definitely... Okay. I need to shift things around. There's a set that the urgency is gone here. Okay, let's take this. Let's make it 2. Now, Tibbs called. As the essence solidified in place, he rotated it, shifting the corruption to match the indicated. And there's Kept hold of the essence, waiting for something to happen. Okay. I don't want to lose that, so I'm going to have to see if I can bring it back in. This one. Okay. So if I do that, 20%. So, do you think it's done? Don asked. Carefully split his attention to confirm there were no essence remaining around the column, then let go of the corruption and sat down. So it's done. Basically. Okay, so that's going to go here. Yes. Using names. And I can't resolve that with what I've been told of dungeons. So that's still there. It's okay, still replied. That's the sense. Okay. This is no longer there. That was my attempt at keeping the tension there, but it didn't work. Until Stiz, my opinion of runners wasn't particularly high. He was complimenting me, you know. Yes, but the name thing and okay. I lose that. It's all right. This goes away. You know what? I don't need this. Let's see if I can back to that. If creatures. If the other trigger activates. Okay, so let's see if okay. I don't see. Oh, clever dungeon, very clever. Alone, I'd have been too focused on getting ready for the rotation to notice how the rest of the essence had moved. Oh, and apologize for not using names. There's something about saying it that makes it too. Now, it's called cutting off the archer. Now, Tips called cutting off the archer as the essence solidified in place. He rotated it, shifting the corruption to match the shifting her to match the moving essence. Imagine, and once the top was in the center of the column, all the essence dissipated as if caught in a breeze. He kept hold of the essence. That's a lot of essence. I don't really like it, but waiting for something to happen. Do you think it's done? Don asked. Tibbs carefully split his attention to confirm there were no essences remaining around the column, then let go of the corruption and sat down, panting. So it's done? This one, Tibbs replied, standing. 2 more sets of columns means 2 more triggers like this one. And yes, Don told Maz, using name makes it too much of a person, and I can't resolve that with what I've been told of dungeons. It's okay, Stowe replied. Until Tibbs, my opinion of runners wasn't particularly high. If the other triggers, okay, I can stick to rolls. We'll have to fight just as many creatures? Maz asked. There's no way to know without triggering them, Don answered. Which we aren't, Tibbs told Jackal, his tone firm. Hey, I'm good with you cheating your way to the dragon. You guys remember Quigley's team beat the boss the hard way, right? Maz asked, sounding odd. We could do it, Jackal replied dismissively. We aren't, Tibbs said. Maybe one of you should do this one with Tibbs? Don asked, so you can practice? I'd rather keep my energy for fighting the dragon, Jekyll replied. And I'd rather do them with you, Tibbs said. You know what to expect, so it's going to be easier to deal with the way they're going to be different. Then on the next run, one of you is disarming them with Tibbs, Don instructed. Jekyll snorted. On the next run, we'll be on the 4th floor. The next trigger had 2 extra steps after aligning the pattern with the column, and the one after that moved much faster, and they nearly triggered it. Tibbs was panting when he let the essence go and suffused himself with purity as he straightened. The dragon was no more than the equivalent of 3 sets of columns away now, and it was big. Is that what dragons really look like? Maz asked. It was a lizard lying on the floor with its back reaching nearly halfway to the ceiling. Its scaled skin was green with a golden sheen to them. Its head, at the end of a serpentine neck, rested on thin forelegs that ended in claws long enough to cut through half a column. Its rear legs were thickly muscled and reminded Tibbs of those on a rabbit. It's missing the wing from the one the crest has, Jekyll pointed out. The few times I've come across descriptions of them, Don said, they didn't entirely match. The lizard-like body with scales that have a golden sheen matches this one, as do the long claws. They all agree dragon breathe fire, so this one probably does too. Actually, it's surprising there are so many similarities, since dragons, like all monsters in the wild, started as dungeon-made creatures. Each one should have made something completely different. Dungeons can talk to each other, Tibbs said, admiring the dragon. I can? Stowe asked in surprise. Can he? Stone turned suspicious. If that's the case, then it's not as surprising. I don't know where Tibbs got that from, she replied. The Purity Dungeon, Tibbs said. Val and Craven talked about her having a conversation with another dragon before they went wild. He felt Don's eyes on him. Val's old, Kenny mused. Did they say anything about the relationship between Val and the other dungeon? Tibbs pieced what he remembered of that conversation. Pieced together what he remembered of that conversation. Not that I remember, but I did get the impression they were familiar, like with a family. That would be it, Kenny said. Really old dungeons can send a spark of themselves into the world, and if it lands in a place that allows it, it becomes a core. When the dungeon is strong enough, they can speak through that link. Is that how I came about? Is there a dungeon out there I'll be able to talk with at some point? No, Stowe, she said, amused. You're one of the special dungeons who came to be all by themselves. Are those rare? Tibbs asked. Quite, Kenny replied. So yes, Stowe, you're going to have to rely on me for information about the others. Dungeon can only talk with their child, he told Don. Dungeons have children? Don asked, incredulous. Except for Stowe, he didn't need anyone. Oh, now he's going to be insufferable about that, Kenny said, won't you? Don't worry, I will always need you, Stowe replied. Until I point out you are breaking the rules, Bending. Breaking, she stated. I'm learning to be gentle about it, he offered. You do realize that it doesn't matter how gently you don't listen to me. Once the rule breaks, it remains broken. Unless you don't want us to get on with this fight, Tibbs said, and ignored the horrified look from Jackal. You're going to have to continue this elsewhere. We'll pick this up later, Kenny said, glee slipping in her voice. I really want to watch this. That, and the shadows clinging to the dragon, confirms something for Tibbs. We need to be careful. Genny has tricks set up for this fight. Then we hit it hard and fast. Jekyll ran at the dragon. With a sigh, Tibbs hurried after the fighter. One day, Mez said, letting loose arrows, he's going to get himself killed with that attitude. The fire spread over the dragon, who didn't seem to notice. We tell Krosef how he rushed the dragon, Don replied, balls of corruption splashing onto the dragon's scale. And it might be today. Instead of seeping into the scale, the shimmering pushed the corruption away. The shimmer is a protection. It might be against more than just corruption and fire. Good thing there's 3 of us who don't require essence to cause damage, Jekyll said halfway to the dragon as it raised its head and blew essence at them. The essence ignited before Tibbs grabbed hold of it and engulfed Jekyll. Tibbs pulled it away, absorbing enough to refill his reserve and sending the rest at the wall. Did you think that was going to hurt me? Jekyll asked. Tibbs burned me with fire hotter than that. Tibbs turned to his team, motioning to his intact clothing. How great is that? I learned how to give my clothing the large paw hit the fighter leisurely, and Jekyll hit the center of the burn the fireball had left on the wall. The dragon chuckled as it stood on its foreleg and stretched in the way Tibbs had seen cats do. Ow! Jekyll got to his feet, and the dungeon motioned him close with a clawed finger. Oh, you're controlling that thing! He rubbed his hands together. This is going to be so fun! He ran at it again. Controlling? Don asked. Stowe can enter his creatures, Tibbs replied, throwing himself out of the way of the paw that came down. He's hoping to kill Jackal that way. Does it mean we should let the 2 of them go at it without interference? The sorcerer asked. Tibbs sliced at the leg. No. The cut was thinner than he expected. The shimmering had negated a lot of the damage caused by the essence in his ice and metal sword. With Jackal running under the dragon, Tibbs realized the legs were shorter than he had thought. It roared as Jackal punched its underbelly, then stepped aside and around, revealing a tail that swept across the floor. Tibbs jumped back, and Kumdar scored a hit with his staff as he stepped back that earned him a hiss. Jekyll stayed under it as the dragon moved, punching the underbelly, then kicked a leg that tried to crush him. When the dragon connected, the swipe sent Jackal all at the wall again, but Tibbs caught him in a mass of thick water that plopped him on the floor. How about we fight together this time? Tibbs glared at him. That works for. The war made the walls shake, and this time essence responded in them. Something's happening, he called out. Doorways opened on each side of the room, disgorging creatures of all kind. He used water and air to deflect as many of them as he could, but they were so to deflect them, but there were so many, all running in their direction from both sides. It was impossible to keep them all away. Then Tibbs was on the floor from an impact, his head ringing, his concentration broken, and his arm limp. He bashed those within reach with his ice shield, and as he got to his feet, wrapping his arm in an essence splint. Purity was out of the question at the moment, with so many creatures passing him, trying to hit him. An etched wave of water with dew pushed some aside, leaving them pierced with water spike, but more crashed over and around them. We need to get out of this, Jekyll called. Tibbs used the dragon as a reference and moved away, blasting and bashing any creature he encountered. I'm glad to see you're smart enough to know when we're not going to win, Mez yelled, fire arrows removing creatures from their path. When I end up in this shape, the fighter replied, I know I'm not winning. His stone body was cracked everywhere, and Tibbs sensed how the only thing holding the fighter's essence together was a strand of stone. Jekyll's face has a crack through it, from above one ear to under the other, and the halves weren't correctly aligned. Why aren't they following you? Mez asked as Tibbs rushed to help Jackal, suffusing himself with purity to deal with his injuries. I am content with the fact they are not, and will not question the reason, Kamdar said. His robe was cut and bloody, and the essence through the cleric's arm was shattered, but it held strong. He formed a weave of purity large enough to wrap Jackal in it. Once it moved through the fighter, Tibbs turned to Kamdar, wrapping his arm in a weave of its own. Then noticed Mez and Don were injured too. How did you get hurt? He asked, placing weaves of purity on the archer's injuries. They had archers and sorcerers, Don added. Their aim wasn't good, but the numbers of them made it impossible to avoid everything. He sighed in relief as Tibbs applied a weave. To his thorn side. So there was someone to deal with everyone in that horde. Jekyll worked his arm and jaw, watching them stand between, watching the creatures. Standing between them and the dragon. It makes sense, Don said. Every fight we've had a mix of all classes, or their creature equivalent. The dungeon has to, since we're just as dangerous to it as the three of you. Are we attacking again? Tibbs asked after making sure everyone was healed. No, Jekyll replied after a long silence. Don't be so surprised. They nearly broke me in half, and I don't have enough essence left to hold myself together a second time. Maz, Don, Kamdar, how are your reserve? I'm good, Mez replied. I refilled my bow from that fireball Tibbs diverted. I lost a lot of my amulets when they did this to me, he indicated his healed side. I was forced away and the dungeon absorbed them. Without them, I don't know how much use I'll be against the dragon in our next run. I can afford to get more, and even with Tibbs refilling those I have left before the fight, I doubt I'll have enough. You won't have to worry about running out of essence during the next run, Tibbs said. Carino's robe holds a lot of it. Are you sure, Tibbs? Jekyll asked, while Don looked puzzled by the statement. It's not helping anyone at the bottom of the chest, and she'd want our sorcerer to use it. He paused for a few breaths, paying attention to the emotions our memory brought up. Pain and regret weren't as strong as he'd expected. How do you feel about grayish blue? Mez asked. It's not my preferred color, but if it does what Tibbs implies... What? I'll just get it dyed. That might be tough to do. Jekyll said. It repairs itself. It might include things like dyes. Still? Tibbs asked. The enchantment in it causes it to return to the condition it was when I made it, but if you're sure about letting him have it, changing the color is easy for me to do. Dyeing won't work, but Stowe can change the color for you. Just like that? Don asked, surprised. Tibbs grinned. He likes me. Then why do they seem so determined to kill you along with us? You got hurt in that rush, too. I'm a runner. I'm not going to get stronger if he doesn't push me as hard as you. If that means I die because I'm not strong enough. He shrugged. I am a runner. You know what? He's not going to die, Jekyll said. He can't. He's the one who came up with the no dying rule. He turned to the dragon. Enjoy this victory. Next time, you are getting broken. And that concludes Chapter 65 of Breaking Step. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter is going to be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to listen to the story and the other books in the series, they are up on Royal Road for free. If you want to support me and read ahead of Royal Road, my Patreon is about 20 chapters ahead. And if you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch. The links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. Alrighty, taking care of this. Battle station, everyone. Battle station. We have 34 allies. We are going up against 80 enemies. And we are off with, yeah. Why do I not learn my lesson? Shinobi is not what you use to go after present if there's anything else in the way. Q is Create is in first place, Salazir is in second, Evadine is in third, Sukin is now in third place, Q is still in first, Salazir is in second. Ooh, we may not win this one. They've got a fair amount of epics. We don't have a lot. We've got... Oh, yeah, we see. Okay, we got it. Okay, we're dealing with it. And there's one little whatever that is left, and we're done. We have won. Q is Creates is in first place, 10 kill, 15 assists. Zucker Fewer Darharden is in second place with 16 kill. Salazir is in third with 9 kill and 2 assists. We have Vampires and Paladins, which no one is currently claiming. Quinn and Q is Create gets Vampire, Rock and Gold get Paladins. And we move on to a very hard battle before the token chest. Alrighty. Time to put Puppy on the map. And in half an hour, we will see how this turns out. Alrighty, so did I do? I probably did not do that. I need to do that. I so I don't forget. And I will be right back. Okay. All right. This is done. Come on. Really? Interesting. You flip them around. All right. Let's start the next one. All right. So, I am going to start the next one by confirming my microphone is on, turning off the desktop audio. I am going to confirm I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording, and I'll see you on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch. And if you are looking to support me, that is my Patreon. Today we are doing chapter 32 of The World Witches. Before I start, a note. There will be links in the notes to the PDF and the image of the ability tree that Dennis is looking through as part of making his decision for his abilities. List my abilities divided by starting prerequisite. Show the results side by side. I'm surprised that 4 windows appear. Looking the list over, I'd worked out there were 3 trees. I think I'd put the field research inside planning ahead. The other surprise is just how much falls within momentum and how few undertaking it on the nose. When looking for abilities I could make use as a guard, it felt like the bulk of explorer ability fell under that one. That most of what I'd put on when planning my build fell under that, instead of already being exclusively under momentum. I already have that, and since there isn't anything after it, okay, I already have that. Wait. I already have that. So there's nothing after Bob and Weave. And for the dodge bonus, it gives me, all right, I already have that, and since there isn't anything after bob and weave, and for the dodge bonus it gives me, I still like it for my second ability. I won't It won't be as useful if I focus on archery, but I figured there'll be plenty of times when I have to fight close quarters. Still comes after I've hit level 5, so my immediate decision to ha- my immediate decisions have to be about field research and planning ahead. Looking over the rest of Taking on the Nose tree hasn't changed my opinion about how it's more for showmanship than actual fighting. The field research tree feels geared towards a professional monster hunter, which I have no interest in. It's all boosts based on monsters they kill. In the same vein, planning ahead and the rest of its tree seem to push for the archaeologist, at least the way Grandpa Lewis talks about them and the Indiana Jones movie I watched. I can see the appeal, but my goal is still to return home after this and become a guard, which means momentum is still the tree I need to focus on. But I have to change how I look at it. Instead of hit and run, I need to open the Add It All Day branch. That one outright means I'll be able to travel further in a day. The 50% reduction in stamina cost means I can run instead of walk, and since I need to be level 5 before the other abilities are accessible, I'll be at 70% reduction, and it's only 6th level. 6 more levels to bring it down to basically 0, letting me run as hard as I want all day long. That's definitely going to be good for getting there and back. Then sprinting step increases how fast I can move, and Ether Striding opens up teleportation. Blink seems to be more like a combat teleport, and considering I have no mana to speak of and all the ways my speed is increased, I don't know if it's going to be worth the investment needed to get my Aether attribute up to where it's going to be able to handle the kind of cost teleportation has to require. He doesn't know, he's never looked into it. Treasure Steps and Windfall feel like the system's trying to get the archaeologists to spend points in this tree, which, with making it easier to quickly find reward and find caches within ruins and increasing how much they get out of it. If my goal was researching ruins, I don't know if I'd want to spend 10 points just to be able to start this. Launching Stride and Rebounding Leap are definitely more set as complement to momentum, and they are tempting. Momentum might not be all that useful for traveling and making sure I return home quickly, but there is something undeniably fun about running up a wall. With those, I'd be able to get a jumping start and reach higher and keep jumping any gap too large to run across. Then the hit and run tree puts offensive capabilities in. I want to take that one. I spent so much of my life training to fight that not taking it hurts. The idea I could take it with my next level makes that even harder to resist, which makes planning my build ahead of time more important. I have 4 points, and those have to go in momentum. The one after that has to be added all day, then 1 point in bob and weave as well as hit and run makes sense. It boosts my base defense and offensive capabilities. But then I have to put the next 4 points in at it all day so I can gain sprinting step. After that, I'm not sure. Increasing Add It All Day and Sprinting Step feel like my best choice, boost my traveling capabilities, but is there a point where it won't be worthwhile anymore? And that's 8 levels away. Who knows where I'll be then? I'll probably be back home. Gaining levels isn't quick. I write Launching Stride and Rebounding Step under Sprinting Step with question marks. I mean, wherever I am by then, I deserve a treat, right? I put the page into the journal, then send that to the stylus to my inventory. I swipe the window away and invest 4 points into momentum, then consider my attributes. I want to increase my strength. Being human, average isn't great. With the 3 points I have, I could get it to 13, which would move me to the next inventory tier. And 5 extra slots, and 5 extra slot. There would also be an increase in my damage, but nothing significant. But with the traveling I'm doing, it makes more sense to boost my endurance and increase my stamina. And it comes with an increase in my damage soak, so it helps my fighting too. But that goes up each level through my class, so doesn't it make it redundant to put more points in there? Fuck, why is this so hard? Split the difference, 2 in endurance, 1 in strength. Only, what's the point of putting anything there and not enough to get the extra slots? I keep bitching about not having enough inventory space, wasn't I? Even with the packs and backpack, my personal inventory is the only one that can hold 2 stacks per. More stuff is always better, isn't it? My pain groan as a woman look in my direction and offer a pathetic smile. I guess I'm not the only one suffering through this. Of course, now I have to wonder when I turn into such a hoarder. It's not like I'm going out there to pile stuff in my inventory. The goal is to deliver the letter and come home. That means focusing on traveling, which means endurance gets it. Or I could wait until I need to raise a stat. I push away from the table angrily. It's not like I need to be here to deal with that. I have my abilities lined up for my build and the skills I want. The attribute points I can take care of anytime I want. I stretch. Okay, how long have I been sitting here? Making my way down the stairs, I spot the lupine guard who helped me and head in her direction. Her ears turn before her head, and then she smiles at me. Were you able to get the skills you wanted? I did, and I was able to line up my abilities. I just wish my attributes were easier to deal with. I want more points so I can put them everywhere. She chuckles. That's where the attribute training skills comes in. I guess. I run a hand over my face. Do you know where I can get repair kits for leather armor? Any leather shop will have those. Sorry, I mean the magical kind. Dealing with all that, I motion behind me as my brain's on the fritz. She chuckles. You might be able to find one at a leather shop, but your best bet would be an adventurer store. Where can I find one of those? One of them. You know what? Your best bet would be the West Caravan Market, since there's a lot of wilderness on that side. On the west side, you might be able to find someone with a booth at Lake Crossing, but there's no guarantee there. Thanks. I take a step. Oh, do you know where the Champlain Club is? The Explorers Club? I know of it. It's in Adelaide. She looks me over. You aren't thinking of going there, are you? Well, do you know how to use that? She nods at my sword. My skill's 18. She doesn't like my answer. I can't stop you. But if you are going there, stay on your guard. The club is in the middle of that place, and we have the worst time keeping crime low there. Why did they put the club there if it's so bad? She shrugs. It was there before the area went bad. I think it dates back to before the system, although not as an explorer's club, of course. Just be careful. She hesitates. But if you are heading there, the club is someplace that will almost certainly have one of those magical repair kits. Explorers are always going places they shouldn't and getting themselves hurt and their stuff damaged. Are there a lot of them? She shrugs. I heard stories, that's all. Thanks for the information. Be careful, she repeats in a stern tone as I walk away. Richmond is 1 street south of Queen. I saw a sign on my way here. Then I walk east until I reach Sherburne, and okay, I can sort of see why this place has a bad reputation. The buildings on that side of the street look like they have been hastily put up without anyone speaking to each other. As I walk along, looking for some way in, all I see are narrow alleys between buildings that are much darker than they should be, considering the afternoon sun. I reach Burkey and go along that, and the buildings continue to look in such disrepair, one might fall down if I step too hard. I turn right on Elizabeth and continue to look for something that could be the club, or since I'm not seeing someone I'd want to or since I'm not seeing I'd want to set a foot. Someone I don't know what and look for something that could be the club or a secure path deeper in. Another right on Sherborne, and still nothing I'd be confident about walking into all the way back to Richmond. The houses on the other side of the road have gates on their doors and windows. I don't think they'll answer if I knock. I go back to Queen, and the fourth at the fourth store I ask someone finally knows about the Champlain Club, or at least is willing to admit to knowing, and tells me it's somewhere in the center of that rat's den. You know what? Okay, you know what? No, 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 no. Something that might be the club. This is not there. So, if I want to go there, I have to go through that. Because she said in the center, I find the alley that's most centered on Richmond and straighten as I step into it. Grandmother often said that a lot of the time looking like you are ready to fight is enough to discourage your opponent. So be sure to look ready, and if that's not enough, make sure the pointed end goes into them before they do the same to you. My hope of easily finding the club disappears when the alley makes a hard right, then another, and a left before I come to a T-junction. On my right, I see Richmond. On the left, gloom from the building leaning against each other and blocking the light. They didn't look more than 3 stories along the road, but here it feels like they go on much higher. That's not possible within civilized zone, right? I make the left, then come across a 4-way intersection that's wide enough it might be used as a courtyard by the occupants. If there are any, this place is eerily quiet. I make a left, hoping to find a way towards the center again, but it goes on for a long while before a turn to the right. I take it, the next right will take me closer. Of course, I'm forced to go left first, then left again before there's a right. Then I hit a 4-way intersection, and I have no idea where to go. No idea which way to go. Pick one. The worst that'll happen is I'm going to end up outside. No, that's not the worst that can happen, but I'm not thinking about having someone, maybe something, jump me while I'm here. Oh, I really wish I hadn't had that thought, because now I can't help feeling eyes on me and a shiver runs down my spine. I'm at another intersection, wondering where the outside is, or when someone will just assault me when the tension is broken by a woman's scream. I run in this direction, sword drawn, and the people at the back of the alley register after I've passed it. 3, maybe 4, not well dressed. It's 3, I confirm when I stand in its mouth, plus the woman on the ground clutching a ripped shirt to her chest. Stop! I order as one of them undoes his pants. The 3 of them casually turn to face me. Would-be rapist buttoning up his pants. What do we have here? The man on the left says. He's like a reed and wavers like he's caught in the wind. Who cares? The one on his right says, pulling a knife. We bleed him and loot his stuff. He runs at me. I don't give him the chance to reach me. I have range with my sword over his knife, so I'm stabbing at him and swiping and swinging. stabbing and swinging at him. Forcing him back, but I don't follow. Getting them around me gives them the advantage. If I can just throw them away from, you keep an eye on her, would-be rapist says, but don't touch her. I go first. Remember, you get sloppy seconds. Okay? So, against two, my odds are better, and grandmother had us practice a few times. Of course, not one of us had trained to fight with someone else, so I don't know how well this is going to go. But would-be rapist pulls a knife too, so I still have the reach advantage, so long as they don't throw it. I take a rapid step toward rapist, stabbing and swiping. Yeah, I'll keep it there. I even managed to cut him, leaving a thin red line on his chest that's bound to get infected. Unfortunately, I get too wrapped up in my success, and the other tackles me, sending my sword clattering away. I punch to his face is reflex more than anything, and it hurts, but he backs off, holding his bleeding nose. He says something that sounds like a threat, but it's muffled by his hand. I straighten. How about you leave now? I ask, pray they can't hear the tremble in my voice. Rapist smirks, putting his knife away. Nah. Now that we're equally armed, I think it's time you learn to mind your own business. Not that he's going to mind anything after I got him. Bloody Nose said. Wait your turn. Rapist runs at me, fist raised. I really wish I'd kept hold of my sword as he pummels me. I might have blocked a few of them. I can't tell by the time I'm on the ground. I was really hoping I'd be able to soak punches. He grabs my hair and pulls. This is what you get for not minding your business. He punches me. I want to turn at him, a woman says, and I try to look away as she steps before me, bare-chested, a nasty smile on her face. She rears her foot, and I ready myself. Really? A man says. You're going to kick a man not only while he's down, but while he's held there? And here I was thinking the women of this fine city were of the decent kind. And that concludes chapter 32 of The World Which Is. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter is going to be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read the story, it is up for free on Royal Road. If you want to read ahead of that, my Patreon is 4 or 5 chapters ahead at this time. If you want to listen to this live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch. The links are in the note, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. All right, and... All right. Not that. I forgot. Battle station, everyone. Battle station. We have 28 allies. We are going up against 82 enemies. Woof. This could be interesting. Let's see. Quinn is in first place, and so Raptor is in third as Zucker takes over second. Quinn is in first. Zucker is in first. Quinn is in second. Cubist Create is in third. How many kills do I need? 50? If I hit 28, I'll be done already with my quest. I probably won't, but let's see. Sergeant K-Dog is in first, and Raptor is in second. Zucker is in third. That's Bull. Bull is in third. Oh, wait. Yes, back in third. Yeah, looks like we're about to be done. There we go. We've won. I am short 4. Oh, well. Next battle, hopefully. And so Raptor is in first place with 16 kills. Sergeant K-Dog is in second place, 9 kill, 7 assist. And Bull is in third, 5 kill, 4 assist. We've got gold. Do we have the Lady Wrights? Do we have an Onatikun or a Doctor? How about a Bluer Schweed? Oh, Bluer's not with us either. So the gold's up for grabs, and no one is currently claiming the monk. So, Bookish Spider gets gold, Nyx Flare gets monked. And we get to move on to the token chest. And let's see, still need to make kills. Oh yeah, we're going with this. Alrighty, half an hour to see how this will turn out. I'll deal afterwards. So this is done. We move on to this. Actually, it's not done, but oh well. All right, let's confirm which. Let's confirm a few things. Let's. I keep forgetting to do that. So 8, so 9 and 10 is what I'm doing today. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. They're both giant chapters. I'm not going to have time to do any work. Any of the maintenance work after this. I'll do that tomorrow then. All right. All right. I am starting the recording by confirming my microphone is on, turning off my desktop audio. I am confirming I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording and I will see you on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today we are doing chapter 9 of Once Broken. Can we just go home? Tech's words echoed Jacoby's desire. He was all for leaving this place, and he would have expressed it as Alex finished speaking, but there was a muffled detonation and the shockwave lifted him off his feet. He was sent crashing down further in the alley they'd been in. He coughed as debris fell around him and on him. Fortunately, nothing large, but it quickly accumulated, and when he tried to push himself to his knees, a sharp pain in his leg sent him crashing back down. What the fuck was that? He cursed, getting to his back to look at his leg. Class 3 power array, Tech replied. Rubble shifted, and the Somalian sat up. From Albiner, possibly Garden. How can you know that? Jacoby saw the ragged piece of metal in his leg and cursed. Easy. A Class 2 array would have killed us at this range. A Class 4 wouldn't have gotten past the wall. Those two companies are the only ones making that class of array for commercial vehicle. I'm guessing one of the larger carrier. There was a pause. Hey, I didn't cause this. Jacoby looked up from his injury. Alex was standing over Tech, glaring at him, but the Somalian had been looking to the side instead of at Alex. He tried to see if anything there could have merited Tech's attention, but the alley was empty. Shrapnel must have damaged the array, Tech said, which caused it to go unstable and explode. Shrapnel caused by something else exploding, right? Alex asked. Something that exploded because of the cores you detonated, right? Tech looked like he was afraid to be beaten. Jacoby wasn't happy, but other than his injuries, they were fine and the job was done, so he didn't see a point in pushing this. Alex, leave him be. Shut up, Jacoby. Answer me, Tristan. Would that array have exploded if you hadn't decided your way was more important than what I decided on? Maybe? He sounded pathetic. Alex let out an exasperated sigh and went to rub his face, stopping to look at his grime-covered hand. Are you okay? He asked, sounding concerned. Any bad injuries? Tech shook his head. Bumps and bruises. You've given me worse during training. Jacoby? Alex asked, eyes fixed on Tech. Legs damaged, but it's just muscle as far as I can tell. I'll limp for a few days, but I have heals. Heals as well as antibiotics. You two are going to want to take them. If you have some, those bumps and bruises are going to hurt in the morning. Tech stood and reached for his pack, pulling out a medkit. Alex snarled, What's that? He pulled another case from the pack that Tech tried to grab out of his hand. That's mine! Where did you get them? I know those aren't the ones I took from you yesterday. He opened the case. How many did you take? Just a few. While in there? Of course not. We're on a job. How close to us getting here? Alex, what are they? Jacoby asked, unable to see the details on it, while Alex waved it about. Dick shrugged. Just before we left. How many? Just two. Two? These things are Somalian strength. There's 10 cartridge missing. When did you take those? It doesn't matter. Today, Alex, what? He stimmed up. No wonder he almost killed us in there. That wasn't my fault. Someone tampered with my work. Right, because there was anyone left alive by then. Alex closed his eyes. Jacoby thought he was going to explode, but when he opened them, Alex was calmer. We're not done, but we need to get out of here before the Leisure Tech security arrives. We'll stop by our room so Jacoby can tend his leg, then we'll go see our employer. Alex turned and walked toward the back of the alley. Tech offered Jacoby his hand and pulled him up. Don't worry about Alex. It's the adrenaline. Think about it this way. Now, she can't claim we didn't do the job. Tex gave him a small smile. What did you do? The priestess asked, her anger mangling her words to the point they were difficult to understand. Jacoby had expected her to be more grateful. After all, they hadn't wasted time in returning after the job. They'd only stopped long enough for him to clean and seal the wound, put a field splint over his calf, and sanitize the room. Alex hadn't even taken time to scream at Tech. It was a good thing she was dealing with Alex and not him. What you hired us to do. His tone was down to frosty at best. He wasn't pleased about her attitude either. I didn't say do that. She pointed at the wall of her office. The building they'd destroy was in another direction, but he didn't point that out. Do you know how many died? I didn't think you cared about humans dying. My people live behind that building. Did you think? How many are dead because of you? You hired us to destroy that equipment. Alex seethed. Just exactly how did you think that was going to happen? Did you think we'd take them apart, each apart piece by piece? I could have done that, Tech offered hopefully, and was ignored. I don't know. Not that. She looked dejected. And why's that? You said you heard about Tristan. That everyone has. Where in that did it say he's in the habit of keeping collateral damage to a minimum? He's the guy who blew up a space station to kill one person. You knew exactly what you'd get when you told us what you wanted. He closed the case and took it off the desk. Stop complaining. We did the job. Now tell me where the defender needs to go. Jacoby caught Tech shrugging, then opened his muzzle to speak to the empty space next to him, only to notice Jacoby and close it. Maybe Alex was right, and the stims were getting to the Somalian. Not that Jacoby had heard of them causing hallucinations. She dropped in her seat, resigned, chastised, but her voice still contained anger to the reverence. Artists make the representation of someone important to them, to their community, who match the aspect. His fur marks him as being from the Sabakan plain region. Only the southern region puts that curve on the tip of their swords, on the swords. There are many communities there, but our people always return to one because of the legend. Your people always return to one because of the legend of Wathan. She pulled her data pad on the desk and a map was on it, with coordinates marked and highlighted. Jacoby entered the coordinates in his pad and matched them to the planetary map. That's pretty far. We're looking at going orbital to get there, and anything close to a few hours. Alex shook his head, consulted his own pad. We can't use the shuttle. It's been at the hotel too long. Its information has spread through every vehicular system by now. If we take the tag out, it'll be noticed. That'll be noticed. I can get us a new shuttle, Tech offered, still with hope in his tone. Alex glared at the airman slouch. I just want to help, he grumbled. And if we want to go orbital, Alex continued, we need to register our flight path with the station. I don't want to give anyone a chance to figure out where we're headed, where we're going. You're talking about taking a hover the entire way? Alex nodded. Jacoby had his pad calculating the linear distance. Even with the best hover, if we stay under the sensor line, we're looking at over a week of traveling. That town is basically on the other side of the planet from here. We'll want something large then, like the shuttle. I don't want to make any unnecessary stops. The bigger you go, the slower they get, Jacoby said. That's fine, Alex replied. That's fine, Alex replied. We're going to need space. Jacoby looked from him to Tech. Yeah, Alex might strangle him if they had to be in the same space too long. Do you need to discuss this here? The priestess demanded. In a hurry to get rid of us? Jacoby asked, looking through the list of available hovers. Yes. It will be better if you left before security comes to ask me what I know of the destruction. You hired us, Tech offered. They don't know that, and there isn't proof. You're just tourists visiting an archaic place of worship. You even have a Somalian guide. Jacoby dusted himself off, and permacrete dust flew. Dirty tourist. We didn't take the time to wash up. We'll do that away from here, Alex said. Thank you for the information. He turned and left, Tech on his heel. Jacoby took his time putting his pad away, watching her. You know he doesn't take well to betrayals, right? She leveled his gaze on him. You have my word. I will not tell anyone you were here. He nodded and stood. Just remember that I know about this place too. I'm not fond of betrayals myself. I gave you my word, she replied, annoyed. Even if it is meaningless for humans, it is important to us. Or do you need me to make the promise over the defender? Jacoby shrugged as he left. Wouldn't mean anything to me. I don't believe in any of that crap. He walked as fast as his limp led him, but Alex was already outside by the time he rejoined them. They stayed to the back alleys until they reached one of the towers, and Alex had them in through a back door and up more stairs than Jacoby was happy with before they left those for a deserted corridor, then went inside an apartment. Tech headed for the shower, and Jacoby expected Alex to join him. It found that sex was one of the best ways to resolve problems. Alex sat at the computer and was talking to it. When Tech came out, naked and fur damp, Alex didn't move, so Jacoby took his turn, staying under the hot water until all his muscles had relaxed. When he'd done, he made sure the sealant was intact, put the splint back on, and got dressed. Alex was in as soon as Jacoby was out, and in that short time he felt the tension in the air. Tech was at the computer acting like everything was fine. He searched through the apartment system until he found the building's access authorization. Tech, I'm going to grab our stuff from the shuttle and clean it out. No point in leaving anything in it. He paused at the door. Are you and Alex going to be okay while I'm out? Tech smiled. We'll be fine. This is just a misunderstanding. You'll see. We're going to be fine. Jacoby nodded. I have no doubt. He exited the building without any trouble and found the shuttle where they'd left it in the hotel's lot. He did a check of it for any security, and when he was confident it was safe, he went to it, gathered their pack, and gave the inside a quick scrub down. Getting back into the tower was uneventful. One of the residents opening the door for him, so he didn't even have to use the access code. He entered the apartment and found himself with a knife at his throat. Where have you been? Alex growled. Where's Tristan? Relax. Jacoby replied. I went for our stuff and I told... Tech wasn't in the room. He was here when I left. You left Tristan unsupervised? Yeah, you left him. You left him unsupervised? Alec looked and sounded like he could murder someone. Jacoby carefully inched away, since he was the only available target. When Alex didn't make any attempt to stab him, he relaxed a little. He's a grown adult, Alex. He doesn't need to be watched all the time. And you were here. I didn't see the harm. Alex shook himself. You didn't see the harm? Weren't you there when he ran off on his own and brought down a building? I was there. He dropped it back on the couch. I have the limp to prove it. Then how could you even think of getting Doze was more important than watching him? Jacoby sighed and sat. Because we've all been through trauma. So he's erratic at the moment. Treating him like a kid isn't going to help solve anything. What he needs is for you to hold him, not push him away. Alex put the knife away. You have no fucking idea what you're talking about. He isn't erratic, he's broken. He's probably out there getting more stims. You saw what he did when he was on them. What do you expect, Alex? Jacoby so didn't want to play referee for these two. After months of drug-induced torture, you'd have nightmares too. Give him comfort. Sleep in the same fucking bed as him. Hold him. We sleep on the floor. Then sleep on the fucking floor together. I thought you loved him. This is beyond tough love and into... Alex laughed. You have no idea what tough love is. And don't even think you get to comment on if I love him or how I love him. You haven't earned a right. Just think about what's going to happen if he loses it and kills everyone in this building. Alex, you're worrying too much. He won't. You know, for someone who told me he researched who Tristan is, you're pretty delusional about what he's capable of. Alex, Jacoby did his best to make his tone conciliatory. The door opened and Alex spun, knife in hand. Tech froze, looking from one to the other. He tapped the panel without looking, and the door closed. Where have you been? Alex demanded, his expression going from anger to fear to relief and then blank. Tech's face went through a series of expressions, but Jacoby couldn't read them. When he spoke, his tone was even. Out. Out. Just like that. What could have been so important you thought vanishing was a good idea? Do you have any idea how scared I was? I left you a message. He tapped the door's control again. Alex, Tech's voice came. I'll be back shortly. I'm going to take care of our transportation issues. Alex looked too shocked to say anything. See? Tech smiled proudly. I can do something right. Alex's mood darkened. What else did you get? That's a different... Nothing, Tex replied defensively. You expect me to believe you went out and didn't buy more stims? Tech crosses his arm. Do I look like I have stims on me? His tone was darkening too. He has you there, Jacoby said. Shut up, both of them replied in a near identical tone. You don't look tired, Alex said. Tech rolled his eyes. You've seen me go for days without sleep, even without stims, which you have. Damn it, Alex, I'm fine, I swear. Jacoby watched them glare at each other. He sighed. He'd been yelled at already, but he couldn't let this go on. What did you get? A Portolo Esperanza, Tech replied, any darkness in his voice replaced with pride. No idea what that is. Tech frowned at him. I thought you knew hovers. I know how to get one to fly. I never bothered with names. Really? So you don't know you don't know anything about vacation hovers? Jacoby snorted. Why would I want to know anything about those? Because you might have to travel across a planet for days and you'll want to do it in comfort instead of being cramped. He made it a question, but it was clear Tech thought the reason was obvious. Where is it? Alex asked, sounding like he didn't want to be left out of the conversation. In the apartment's assigned spot. Jacoby stood and winced as his legs stretched. I'm going to check it out. I'm going with you, Tex exclaimed, Jacoby looked at Alex. I'm coming too. He didn't sound happy. I'm done leaving you to watch over him. Jacoby rolled his eyes, but didn't bother commenting. Thought you said it wasn't the apartment's assigned spot, Jacoby asked on looking at the monstrosity that was before him. It is? Tech pointed to the plaque in the ceiling with the apartment number etched into it. Etch in. Into it. Into it. Onto it. It was perfectly centered over the hover, which was large enough to took over every spot around it. Hovers were pushed into other spots, and in the travel lane, the next time someone came down here, there would be quite the commotion. As much as he looked, he couldn't see any scraping on those hovers. How did you move them? He asked. I pushed them out of the way. I don't hear any alarms. Dick rolled his eyes. I got in them and disabled that first. You got in them, did enough work within the electronics so the alarms wouldn't sound, and you pushed them. Why not just start them? Dick shrugged. He placed a foot against the closest one and pushed. They aren't heavy. Alex cursed. We need to leave. The moment someone sees this, security is going to be all over this place. Jacoby opened the side door. I can move it outside while you two put the hovers in their spot. It won't do any good. The controls are a mess. One look and security's here. Jacoby started saying it couldn't be that bad, but saw wires dangling out and panels on the floor. What did you do to it? I took the tag and override system. I took out the tag and override system. Everything else is fine. Alex was looking at him, eyebrows raised, and Jacoby got the message. Tech wasn't fine. Make sure it's good to go, Alex said. We'll be back with our stuff. Good to go? Jacoby wondered if it would even power up. Normally, he'd trust any work Tech did, but he wouldn't leave wires and covers lying about. Tech usually took however long was required to do the work properly. This wasn't like him at all. They were a day out of the city by the edge of a forest. Jacoby hadn't been willing to fly any further with the way the hover handled and with how Alex was tearing up the insides, looking for the stims he was certain Tech had hidden. He also needed sleep, or to take stims of his own before he could keep going. Tech had removed not only the tag, but anything that would let the corporation track them, which meant the hover wasn't talking to the navigation satellites. So no automated navigation. I didn't get any, Tech pleaded in the back. He still hadn't slept, as far as Jacoby knew. When Alex told him to, he turned on the force field to partition the back into one of the smaller bedrooms, then frosted it. But Jacoby had been able to see him sitting or walking. Alex had offered to take over the piloting, but Jacoby didn't trust his skill with the state the hover's control were in. Don't lie to me! Jacoby tried to ignore them, as he did his best to repair the damage Tech had caused. I'm not lying. You said no stims, so I didn't get any. Wished they'd do their arguing in one of the rooms. Those could be soundproofed, but then Alex wouldn't be able to tear open every panel in the hover. I know you've hidden them. I'm going to find them, and when I do, I'm going to make you watch as I throw them in the disposal, one by one. I'm going outside, Tech grumbled. No, I want you to stay where you can't cause any problems. There's nothing here for me to cause problem with. Just trees and grass. What, you think I hid a case of stim along the trees? Jacoby pulled his head out of the opening to watch Alex, and by his expression, he had thought exactly that. Then the absurdity registered, but he didn't find it funny. Fine, get out of here. That way I know you won't move them when I have my back turned. There are no stims, Tech yelled as he left the hover. Alex noticed Jacoby. You have a problem? Jacoby snorted. I have plenty of them. This isn't one of mine. This isn't one of mine. Tech had problems. He might have been delusional at times, but he was beginning to realize Alex had his own delusions. So he couldn't wait for this job to be over with. Then he could sedate both of them and get back home, and they would both get treatment. We're here, Jacoby yelled in relief. He couldn't wait to land the thing and get out, away from the tension. Just over 2 weeks with Alex and Tex constantly about to come to blow was enough to drive anyone to jump out of the hover. That and boredom. There was little to do when flying a hover. They were designed so you set the destination and let it fly you. But without the self-navigation, someone had to stay at the controls and ensure it kept to the course. The town didn't look like much. The buildings were small and close together, creating narrow channels leading to a large open center. He couldn't see anyone among them, but in the field beyond the buildings were animals. There's been a fight, Tech said, startling Jacoby. As he'd seen Tech, he was in his room, trying to stay awake. He looked exhausted. Alex had forced him to spend the nights in his room, which was when he took over sitting at the controls while Jacoby slept. Tech was pointing at patches of brown among the deep green grass, and he realized those were the result of shooting. He searched for any indication of more fighting, but the field was the only place it had happened. They were caused by a high-powered mounted gun, Tech said. A mounted gun? Jacoby asked. Shouldn't you be able to tell the model, the year, and the year it was made? Tex yawned and wobbled a little as he shook his head. There are 16 manufacturers who produce mounted weapons that can cause this kind of damage to the ground, and that's without taking into account all the ways other weapons can be modified or forced to use a power pack with larger charge than it's designed for. The possibilities jump into the hundreds then. Jacoby stared at him. I was making a joke? Are you saying you tested all the guns that can do something like that? Tex shook his head. I had to rely on reports from other researchers. Bringing in mounted weapons would have drawn too much attention to myself. He smiled. I tested a few in the field, but I was never in a position to run a proper analysis of when that was happening. Alex joined them and looked at Tristan. The word on his face easy to read until he noticed Jacoby watching, then his face became an expressionless mask. The arguments over the stim had stopped less than a day after they'd resumed course, when Tex nodded off while reading and woke up screaming. Even Alex had to admit he wasn't taking them. Tech still did everything he could not to sleep, but Alex couldn't keep him from drinking coffee. Yes, I know. This probably should not. I probably should not have used that term, but anyway. Jacoby noticed motion in the field, people hurrying the animals to a square building, a barn of some sort. Get us over there, Alex pointed to a mound far on the other side of town. As they approached, they saw it was actually a partially destroyed building. There was a definite curve to the quarter of it that was still standing, with the imprint of a circle in stone that marked where what had been the periphery of the building. Tarps were stretched over the broken sides. As he flew around, Somalians were hurrying inside the structure. Something tells me we won't get a warm reception. They were attacked, Alex said. They have no reason to think we won't do the same. He indicated a spot a few hundred yards away, closer to the tree line than the building. Land us there. I'd be more comfortable landing next to the building. It'd be faster to get back in and leave if they decide to attack us. I want to make it clear to them we are not here to cause trouble. It's going to give them time to observe us. The guns stay in the hover. What if they attack us? Jan mangled the last word. We subdue without harming them. We're here for their help, so it's our job to convince them we aren't their enemy. They're probably our enemy. Tech undid his gun belt and dropped it on the counter. He looked Alex over. Does that mean you're taking off your harness? Or is showing them you have more knives than they have claws meant to inspire confidence? Grumbling, Alex headed to the other room and returned wearing only a shirt and looking uncomfortable. Jacoby set the hover down, facing the building. A handful of people had walked to the side to watch. Alex, I'm staying here. If you don't want them to think we're a threat, it's best if there's as few of us as possible. I also want to keep the hover warmed up in case this turns ugly and we need to run. Tech snorted. That's fine, Alex said, adjusting his jacket and patting himself down. Jacoby could barely make out the places he had knives. How long do you think this will take? I don't know. We're far from any cities, so I don't even know if one of them speaks standard. After that, it'll depend on how long it takes to convince them we're not a threat. He took the case. My gut feeling is that you should settle in for the duration. Take a nap. I'm good. Alex looked at Tech. Don't start anything, he warned, and exited. And that concludes chapter 9 of Once Broken. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter is going to be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read the book, as well as the others in the series, they are available at all major e-retailer. If you want to support me and get access to everything else I've written, that is on my Patreon. And if you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch. The links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. Battle Station, everyone. Battle Station. We have 31 allies. We are going up against 88 enemies. And we start with Sigma in the lead. Sergeant K Dog is in second. Rock and Gold is in third. Silly Zeris takes over second place. Sigma maintains the first. Q-Wiz takes over first. Silly Zeris is in first, is in second. Back in first. Q-Wiz is in second. The Sergeant is in third. I have enough kill to finish. Oof, I'm getting ganged up on. Can I get support? Can somebody heal me? Okay, somebody is healing me. Let's see. Silly is in first place. Sergeant is in second. Q-Wiz is in third. And we're done. We've won. Sally Zeris is in first place with 34 assists. Sergeant Kate Dog is in second place, 26 kill. QS Creates is in third, 11 kill, 10 assist. We've got gold twice. Do we have the Lady Rights? How about an Onatikun, a doctor, or a bluer? No one. So the gold gets assigned to Cuddlesy and Zuckerfjord Dioren. And we move on to a very hard battle before the skin chest. That's cleared. So my next one will be on Monday. And being on singles means that it is time for my Lancer. And we can start here. Alrighty, half an hour to see how this turns out. And I'll be right back. And we'll start on the last chapter. Another long, like today was a series of pretty long chapters. All right, I am confirming the microphone is on, turning off desktop audio. I am confirming I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording and I will see you on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Knights, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today we are doing chapter 10 of Once Broken. Tristan blinked and stifled a yawn as he followed Alex out of the hover. He should have slept, would have, if not for what happened when he did. The building was a poor place for the people to have retreated to. It offered no protection. The stonework looked adequate, but the plasteel tarp and sheets were badly anchored. Anyone could pry them out and enter that way. For a place that's supposed to be holy, his father said, walking past the woman at the lead. They didn't take good care. Okay, something's going on with this. I'm going to have to shut it down again. Really wish I knew what was causing it. Is it not interacting well with the house drive? Okay, you know what? I'm actually not going to do this one. I'm as like it's almost 5,000 words. I do not have. I don't have the time. So we're just. Yeah, conscious decision on my part. Okay, and hopefully I can. I'm still a little miffed at last week's, at my reaction last week at trying to work on this. I could have sworn I had written an intro for this. Oh, it's right here. Okay. Oh, come on. Still? What the hell is going on here? No, let's check something. The house drive is easily accessible, so that shouldn't be the problem. Holy cow, that's... I need to access that because I need the files too. Oh, in this case, this is what might have been. And it helps if I open the correct file. Battle station, everyone. Battle station. We have 49 allies. We're going up against 78 enemies. And we start with Etir in the lead, Sigma's in second. Oily Business was in third. QWiz is now in third. QWiz is in second. Etir's in first. Sigma's in second. Castany was in third. Shadowseer takes over second. Sigma's in third. And downstairs we are basically done. And I suspect that before we reach the top, they will be done. There we go. We're done. We've won. Etir is in first place with 27 assists. Mr. Shadowseer is in second place with 25 assists. And Yellow Fairy is in third. 10 kills, 7 assists. We've got gold. Do we have the lady? Do we have an Onatikun, a Dr. Derp, or a Blower is there to get the gold? And then the Berserker is not claimed by anyone. Whoops. So, Rock and Gold, you get the Berserker. And we move on to a skin chest before the boss. And being on singles means it is time for my Lego head. And in half an hour, we will see how this turns out. Alright, and I'm realizing it's time for lunch. So, I will do my best to return in, well, within 30 minutes in time to run the battle. Otherwise, I will see you all when I get back from lunch. Battle Station, everyone. Battle Station. We have 52 allies. We're going up against 57 enemies. And we are off with Sigma in the lead. Shadowseers in second. Selizaris is in third. And Soraptor is pushed away by Selizaris, who is back in third. Sigma is in first. Shadowseers in second. Dax Karma tried for third, but Selizaris takes it back again. And we are down to the last of the enemies, and we're done. Backstabbed by Shinobi. Sigma OS is in first place, 1 kill, 38 assist. Mr. Shadowseer is in second place, 8 kill, 8 assist, and Dax Karma is in third, 10 kill, 1 assist. We have gold. Do we have the Lady Rights? Do we have an Onatikun, a Dr. Derp, or a Bluer? No! So the gold's up for grabs. The Berserkers are not currently claimed by anyone. So, Dax Karma gets their gold. Mr. Shadowseer, the Berserker, along with Shaka. And we move on to the boss. And being on singles makes this time for my Lancer again. And we will see how this turns out once I get back from lunch. Atoll Station, everyone. Battle Station. We have 44 allies. We're going up against 95 enemies. Genimon starts in the lead. Sigma's in second. Sigma takes over first. Genimon is in second. Soraptor is in third. Bragi kills an ice bear. Insoraptor is in second. Genimon is in third. Sigma is comfortably in first. Highlander kills the Ice Queen. Cuddle Z makes it to third place, and Soraptor's in second. Oh, I don't think we're going to survive this at this point. I just realized on what side the battle was falling. Alrighty, let's try this again. Alrighty, the boss battle. Again. Alright, singles makes this my fairy. And in half an hour, just see, we'll see how this turns out. And this afternoon, let's see if I can get through this chapter. I still do not understand why I couldn't write it last week. I do not understand where the resistance came from, which means that I don't know that I can have... When I can work something out, I can usually find a way around it. I mean, I have a suspicion. Today will probably answer them. I have a suspicion as to why I had a problem. I'm not sure. If I was sure, it wouldn't be a suspicion. But if I cannot work on this, this is, well, I mean, if I can't work on this, I'm going to have to figure something out. Okay, so. The goal of this is to have made it to Alaman, Eduardo Alaman's building. Things I need to work out is where would Alaman be? It's not going to be a hiding per se. Like well, okay. He does not know that he's been found, that they've tracked him down. So, he's not hiding. As far as he's concerned, he has no reason to believe that the previous altercation led to them figuring out who he is. Because that's actually not how they found him, so he's right. It is an Alex you. I don't want it to be his home. I've already done assault on the home. If I make it an office building, because he does own an office building, he has business. So I can get them. Okay, let's start with that and see what happens. I establish. Actually, okay. Right. Hellman actually has reasons to be careful. Be on guard. Hey, Catsby! Welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? Words are flowing this morning. Very cool. My day is going well. This morning was reading correct. This afternoon, the writing seems to want to happen. The story last week gave me big problems. So, right now, it's advancing. So, I'm happy with that. It can be done. Battle Station 1. Battle Station. We have 46 allies. We're going up against 82 enemies. Master B is in the lead. Sergeant K Dog is in second. Braggy is in third. Dex Karma, it takes over second place. Master's back in first. Dex Karma is in first. Master's in second. Braggy is in third. And the enemies are dropping. Hey, are you running away from us or what? Or is he support? I don't know. And with that, we are done. We have killed the boss. Dex Karma is in first place. 1 kill, 36 assist. Master B is in second place. 12 kill, 23 assist. And Sigma OS is in third. 22 kill, 7 assist. We have gold. Do we have the lady? How about an Onati-kun, a Dr. Derp, or a Bluer Swede? None of that. Bluer's not there, so they do not get their backup, and nobody claims the Berserker at this time. So Dex Karma gets Musketeers, Master B, the gold, Evadine, the Berserkers. And we have cleared the board, the map. We move on to another one where we'll have gold skin and the boss. And we start with a hard battle on the way to this gold chest. 132. I may actually make it to this one. Maybe. Alrighty, so singles makes this time for my Lancer again. And let's start here. And in half an hour, we will see how this turns out. Hurry the stairs. Yeah. Hello, Courts. Welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? An Eloin leaf? Interesting. Battle station, everyone. Battle station. We have 44 allies. We're going up against 98 enemies. And Sigma is in the lead, and so Raptor's in second place. Shaka is in second place. Castany is what? Well, by the time I pronounce it, they're no longer in third. Let's see. Sigma is comfortably in first. Shaka's in second, and so Raptor is in third. I have my Lancer. Okay. Salazar, you may want to. Well, no, too late. Blue or Sweet sneaks into second place, is now in third. Yellow Fairy is in second. Jessica is in third. Sigma is still in first. As we go against the last batch of enemies, and there we go. We are done. We have won. Sigma OS is in first place, 12 kill, 19 assist. Yellow Fairy is in second place, 7 kill, 11 assist. And Blue or Sweet is in third, 16 kill, no assist. We've got gold. Do we have the lady? Do we have an Onati-kun, a Dr. Derp, or Blue or Sweet is there for the gold? Then we have a Paladin that no one is currently claiming, so Pixel Playtoy gets the Paladins. And we move on to a... Yeah, we might. Hard battle. On the way to the gold chest. If we don't lose any battle, we will get to it. Alrighty, singles makes this time for my Lancer. Oh, I don't like this one. This has not been good for us unless we have very large numbers, which we don't really get in the afternoon. Alrighty, half an hour to see how this turns out. Atoll Station, everyone. Battle Station. We have 34 allies. We're going up against 92 enemies, and we are gonna have fun. Let's see what happens. Sigma's in the lead. Zaid is in second place. Mama Moon is in third. Pixel is now in third. Zaid is in second. Sigma is in first. Their numbers are going down. No, 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 no. I should not be on my own. All right, the numbers are not horrible as they start moving. They're not great either. Let's see what happens. Oh, wow, I'm back to full strength. I got somebody healing me. Alrighty, well, it looks like we've got this. Sigma's in first place. Shaka's... Holy cow. I got 50 kills. I literally killed half of the enemies on my own. Wow. Sigma's in first place, 4 kills, 5 assists. Shaka's in second, 6 kills, 2 assists. And Quinn is in third, 7 kills. We have gold. Do we have the lady? Do we have an Onati-kun? How about a Dr. Derp or a Blue or Schweed is there to get the gold? We've got Legos. We've got a Lego head. Do we have the Dark Lord of Legos? No, no. Darth is not with us, and the Centurion is not claimed by anyone at this time. Sigma OS gets the Centurion. Mama Moon gets the Lego heads. And we move on to a very hard battle before the gold chest. Alrighty, still on my singles. That means it's time for my Lancer. And let's start here. It is past 2. Time for me to check in on the shop. Anything not level 30 is getting purchased. Still below 20k and no refresh here. Alrighty. Now to check in on the viewer side where anything not level 1 is getting purchased. And I may have a 4th refresh again. Yep, I get a 4th refresh. And nothing comes of that. Alrighty. So, I forgot to do that. Half an hour to see how this turns out. Atoll. Station. Everyone. Battle station. We have 36 allies. We're going up against 63 enemies. Sigma takes their usual position at the top of the chart. Blue or Sweet is in second. Castany is in third. Shaka takes over third place. Sigma is solidly in first place. Shaka takes over second. Bluer is in third. Oh, this may be a little painful. Oh, no, wait, we're coming back. Sigma is in first. Shaka's in second. Yellow Fairy's now in third. And, there we go. A few enemies left. Oh, I killed a few epics along with Sigma. And we're about to be done, I think. Yep, there we go. We're done. We have won. Sigma OS is in first place, 11 kill, 41 assist. Shaka is in second place, 20 kill, 5 assist. Yellow Fairy is in third, 3 kills, 12 assist. We've got gold. Do we have the lady rights? How about an Onati-kun, a Dr. Derp? Well, Bluer is there, waiting for more gold. And the Centurion is not currently being claimed. So, Weasel gets the Centurion. And we move on to the gold chest. Last battle of the day. And I'm ending you. Let's see if I can finagle one of those. Okay, this one might get me a couple. Alrighty. Oh, let me mark this. I wonder if. Alrighty. Half an hour to see how this turns out. I am. Hello, Anthony. Welcome to the stream. Well, I still got 15 minutes, give or take. So you're not quite at the end of the stream. How is your day going? The audio is low. Okay. It registers as same as usual uh, on my side. I don't know if anybody's listening to comment on how it is for them. It's going well for me. I actually managed to write the chapter, which last week um, was actually I couldn't write last week. Last week I took the rest of the afternoon off because of this chapter. Um, but this week it worked. The microphone is well, sort of locked in place, and as I said on the display on the OBS, it there it registers the same way. So I'm not saying that you are incorrect, that the problem is not on my side. I'm just not seeing anything that I can go to and go, okay, this needs to be adjusted. And, the best way to know about a situation like that is to have somebody else who is listening to the stream comment, because if everyone goes, you're coming in very soft, then we know it's got to be on my side. If only you, then the odds are it might be that you adjusted, that you changed your volume for something, and it if only one person has the issue, the odds are it's on their side. If everyone has it, the odds are it's on my side. Um, and I'm doing fine. As I said, I believe I've answered that. I'm Oh, hello, Delano. Welcome to the stream on YouTube. What is it that you are watching? Well, I was writing. I am the writing itself is done, so I've got some things to finalize. And that involves setting up the chapter I wrote today to be uploaded on, well, in this case, on my Patreon. And today I was working on a action romance. Part of it is book 6 in an action romance. The series is called Monsters and Bad Men. This book itself is rabid, and it follows the Tristan and Alex as, in this case, they are taking on a human trafficking ring and bringing it down hard. The demon picture looks cool. That is a book called, appropriately, Demons. It's a trilogy. You know what? I keep not. I keep forgetting to do that. let me give you a link to my page. When will I be done with? Well, that series is done. These 3 books are out, Demons, and they are published. They're on Amazon. This particular book, I've got 2, 4, 6 chapters left to go. The series itself is not published yet. I am sort of waiting for Vela, because I think this series will work well on that platform. Unfortunately, Vela is only open to the US at this time. I am not in the US, so I have to wait for them to open the doors to other places. Unless I find a better place for it, I have not found one yet. There's one I'm looking into, but I'm not liking how they work. So, but yes, this is Rabid. It's what I was working on today, and like I said, I'm in the final parts of what needs to be done, which is uploading it. Well, there's my Patreon. I mean, where with that. Otherwise, I mean, if you mean other than Amazon, I'm on most. Large ebook reseller. Really? And I'll give you the general link. I have a science fiction thriller series, the Tristan series. Demons. So this is this will take you to the first book of the Demon series if you want to look at it at all place where it's available. Let's see. I've got a science fiction thriller series. I've got an urban fantasy series. I have a relationship story wrapped around a investigation procedural. Demons is a pretty much straight up action adventure. Those are my 4 published series. On Royal Road, I have a Dungeon Runner, which is a fantasy series, as well as The World Which Is, which is lit RPG. I write a bunch of things. Did I? Yes, I did. So that's what's needed. Which one was the best? What was a bestseller? The Tristan series is my better selling series, probably because it's 6 books, with 3 more coming up over the next year probably. So it has sold more, but nothing would qualify as a bestseller. I am not that level of author. I write very niche stuff. anyone I would reference? You mean, is there any story that I've written that I would recommend for people to read? Is that what you're asking? Okay, so it is all done. Just the Stream Raider battle left to take care of. Battle station, everyone. Battle station. We have 39 allies. We're going up against 88 enemies. Ooh. Alrighty. Quinn is in the lead. Sergeant K Dog is in third as Sigma takes over first. Sigma's in. No, Cuddles is in second. The Sergeant is in third. Am I dead? Yes, I am dead. Okay. Let's see. Sigma's in first. Castany is in third. Quinn is in second. Quinn is in third. Well, actually, a bunch of them are presents, so. So we shall split up. Sigma, what are you doing? What is this? This is a spy, so nothing to spy on, I take it. Alrighty. And with that, we're done. Oh, maybe not. Now we're done. We have one. I got one. I'll be happy with that. Sigma OS is in first place with 20 kill, 14 assist, earning themselves top position in both categories. Quinn is in second place, 6 kills, 6 assists, and Castani is in third, 2 kill, 9 assist. We have gold. Do we have the lady? How about an Onatikun, a Dr. Derp, or a Bluer Swede? Nope. The gold is up for grab, as is the Musketeer, since Bluer Swede is not there. Mialfa, you get gold. Quinn gets the Musketeer. And that brings the battling to an end for today. Tomorrow morning at 7:30 a.m. Eastern Time, placement will start for a very hard battle. We will have Skin Chest, the boss, and then we will move on to the next map. I hope to see you then. The game is Stream Raider. Delano, let me give you the link. I play that. I run the game while I do my writing. It gives me a way to add a distraction for me. You will need a Twitch account. It is designed to interact with Twitch. So if you do not have a Twitch account, you will have to make one to be able to play, should you want to play. But with this, I will bring the day to an end. My writing is done. My day is over. And for you, Delano, on YouTube, it will simply end. For those on Twitch, we will be raiding. Let's see, is Ken still there? Oh, no, Ken just ended. All right, so we will be raiding someone else. We'll play the Agonai. We'll raid the Agonai. Thank you, Anthony. Have yourself a good rest of your day. And, well, thank you, everyone, for dropping by and keeping me company. I will be back tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time. I will be working on Breaking Step in the morning and Inner Discord in the afternoon. I'm finally remembering what the title of Book 8 is. I hope to see you then. If I do not, I hope you have a good week, a good weekend when it arrives, and I will see you when I see you.